How can something as beautiful as this be dying? A plague is ruining the land, but the tree of life still stands. Question is, for how long? End is coming to the new world. The tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual beginning. So, let's expect an unusual end. Welcome to Biomutant. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Commando, Psy-Freak, Saboteur, Sentinel, Deadeye. Commando, Deadeye, Psy-Freak, Deadeye. Deadeye chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice, a reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the light and bright side of you, or your inner voice to be precise, an echo of balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
Seems more like you're being light-headed if you ask me, but you'll come around eventually.
But what comes around goes all the way back around. So, it's better to stick to your instincts. You can't fight what's in your nature.
In your nature, and here I was hoping we'd be all about natural selection, survival of the strongest, and so forth. If that's not instinct, then I don't know what is.
Natural selection is all about evolution and progress. And as soon as there's enough light, darkness will disappear.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the Tree of Life started to die. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Hold on to that. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress, rods that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. You should be able to use that. A smart foe would leave now. Grab and pull. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right. But no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Flash the slash. Now that's a flesh. One at half his health. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives.
Ya you maua for umbak bakwa papa mo.
He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why.
Farfarifyo tuka kubu weta gono.
He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up.
You luap tula.
He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed.
Ku bubuye buy iboda kilmok.
There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true.
You luap tula.
The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad.
Ka nuka nuburak atu wamawa.
The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial...
Ka nuka nuburak tu lua ba vulua.
It's a scar you're covering under that eye patch, isn't it? But he would have recognized you anyways. You look exactly like your Muma.
E bubuko vun vun kutu vun poputove.
There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end.
Fabube mok kofar mokbu far kobi.
He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have.
Loma doaha.
It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
Ayamu aya mokbu far kobi.
The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world.
Far kobe makoto far titaba kabobe far he.
Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Muma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You've found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's key energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. Only time will tell. At least his intention is to dedicate his life to it. He has the feeling the fate of the world depends on it. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. Oh, it'll need a continuous flux of ki over the 12 months to come, so countless, he'd say. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, he'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. No, she's got lots on her mind and needs rest after the raid last night on the Lupin camp with her disciples. Wonders if they let the Predator family live or not.
Miami.
He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the tree of life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived.
Miami.
The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse the Toxinol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eater's DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Nocco has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast.
Kuchai, hifar befarb nuekek ujbar no barke.
Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route.
Put the water.
The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
His friends have prepared something specific for each World Eater. The Mekton, the Octopod, the Majute, and the Goo Glide are almost ready to ride.
Baluotulua.
Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters.
Tu wovu.
A new trick. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by your intentions. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a spark of light in you.
That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
There's Out-of-Date again. He must have missed something important. Out-of-Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there are two nearby. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater good and have a code of honor. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way. Out-of-Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side. He believes the tribe's Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part. He can sense you share Myriad's view on the world. The Myriad would embrace someone willing to fight against the tyranny of the Jagni. Out-of-Date will be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. Carving it up. You can take even more now. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. So, says you covered the important things already. Says they're cautious of non-allies. He can see you're a free spirit, so he'll let you in. The Sifu is always interested in meeting someone open to joining their cause.
Sibi? Lappanen aginkanman. Geratna fal hutut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place.
What?
He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu.
Galen denken of what they are.
But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you.
Bro plats. Karadam wolf and mat's game. Balam when denken.
He heard you took out-of-date side against the scavengers in Bunker 101. It seems you believe in helping your next, and that's something you have in common.
Karatna follow hutut.
He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose to come here.
Follow walla papa. Schleine for rotna mika.
There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted.
But where a yonke. Karaga denken hiram. Follow walla papa.
The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was...
Gine afirma katano shubudo. Waka losada.
Your Muma invented Wung Fu. Originally, it consisted of unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain.
Get a work.
The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and there are rivals in all directions.
Gine afirma katano shubudo rita.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor. If you believe there's some good in everyone, there's still hope for tomorrow. You'll unite the tribes and defeat the World Eaters to save the Tree of Life.
Rita.
He was hoping you'd join them. You understand that there's no harm in doing good to others.
Hello, ala manglif. Der genken ala ba.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe.
Ala manglif. Gala wonai. Denken aufwesse ane.
The Jagni tribe may believe that fear and hatred will lead them to domination. A vanquisition of the tribes and destruction of the Tree of Life won't be the restart they want. It's just an end to everything.
Gala wonai. Blade tick. Get out full of vasine habele.
Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war.
Gala matsav mofete. Get out full of vasine habele.
They might bring them war, but they'll never take away their inner peace. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Karamoti.
You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks.
Karap la wute. Karamoti. Gueremba.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Gueremba.
Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again.
Jago thinking.
They passed the point of no return as their words lost power and see no other way forward than using violence to combat violence.
Jago thinking.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
사람모두 아바모스.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good and establishing a code of honor.
플라츠 galawante.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Galawala click click.
Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first rival outpost might help.
Follow manati. Manes schlenkyok.
Even though it's now a different place from a different time, it is a place that'll make you remember. Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Injured. Great shot. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Goop says he always does better whenever he leaves failure behind. He's happy his good mood is infectious. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming. Learning to swim can be scary when you don't know what you're doing. But fortunately, he's here to give you a helping hand. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. And he'll be honored. He says that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice, lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never try too hard. Judging by your Mooma's look, it seems you forgot something.
Betty?
You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. You know you can't make up for lost time. You should know, practice makes perfect. You have to keep working on it if you want to be good at it. She'll see you at the village square. She says that's good. With a passion for learning, you'll never cease to grow. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. Being nice comes easy for him. That doesn't make it less important. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He thinks you're truly a kidling of your environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. He says only a few are willing to do the little things, but if you make enough of them, they can have a big impact too. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He believes being considerate will help you feel at peace with yourself. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. You're not in this world to live up to his expectations, but he hopes you're never going to have to use that weapon of yours. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience.
Mustiki muhka?
You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away.
Saturutu.
Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your
Gendrana mala.
She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone.
Narolute. Kanamunt.
That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that.
Narolute. Gendrana mala.
You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her.
Tukonda. Narolute. Kentsib.
Then start by meeting her on the village square and take it from there. She knows you're a free spirit, always on the move, like the wind. They look determined. Better watch out.
Auto fantasi e le fale faffia.
He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going.
And Sirignore Kitty.
That makes him wonder why you were here looking for it.
Emma tua moana.
There's no way they'll let you pass.
Totogo.
He wants to know who you think you are.
Totogo.
You'll have to face pain at some point. He offers to help you get it over with.
Ferena masalapu.
She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Ferena masalapu.
She's there for all disciples. That's her commitment as Sifu, and when she needs them, they're there for her and each other.
Brumblele marsamawunundu.
The most important thing is that you're okay.
Masamal.
It's time to focus on your training now.
Kala. Asana yotutupu.
You won't need excuses if you are strong in your conviction. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best.
Bon ahai arin kashumai.
Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face.
Mushtaq bala.
He heard you helped Gizmo clean up. He's proud of you.
Bon ki.
He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training.
Mishakwe hare zavania tudu baba.
He wishes that was true for your Moomer too, but guiding the village into the future and teaching Wang Fu to her disciples seems more important for every day.
Mushtaq bala.
He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics.
Mishakwe hare Zavania?
He's curious to see what you've found.
Kafe o Waxu?
He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his DNA.
Kokakwana. Lafea nuch.
He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle.
Kuntuf.
Thinks some are and some aren't. One thing's for sure, though, your Mooma thinks it all takes up too much space in the house.
Leich.
He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found.
Baran udinamamba. Leich.
The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you.
Dre.
Agrees. At least that way it'll never go out of style.
Dre.
You should take it with you, wear it to practice.
Kuali. Darin mianda kaguno.
He's sure your Mooma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit.
Biada.
He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Asana yotutupu.
Your Mooma says it's about time you got here.
Ingadaldur.
Hopes you're as ready as you claim to be.
Kalino? Kanjalano toro.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Dere polakuto.
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Ingadaldur.
That's a good attitude as long as you keep learning.
Minalagi mamuru.
Your Mooma says you did well today. She
Sana yote.
thanks you for being such a good student.
Sana yote. Bendrine senema.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Sana yote. Kala.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Gendrana mala.
Says he's always thought so well of you, just like her. Catchy.
Kala.
Your Mooma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Kamonu.
Figuring that out is half the fun.
Monibasa. Kuri kumbala muma.
A piece of scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Kanamunt.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Ansonbara.
You're lucky to have such a fine helper with you.
Dere.
Your Mooma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Ingadaldur.
Says a good rest makes you ready for tomorrow. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Luka Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Antoro. Kensi. Kamonu.
Your Mooma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Ariaroche nui mumera.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has...
Monibasa.
He wants to destroy her. The time to fight is coming whether she's ready for it or not.
Kuri kumbala muma. Gendrana mala. Aplitonomuta.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Gendrana mala.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you.
Amu. Nyavaldo.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. This is her fight. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. Bang, bang. You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the fluff hulk out to the far Fnacky leaves and let it go. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's Mercadorpus outpost and are waiting for you there. You should hurry there and help them best the outpost. You complete them. From this point on, the myriad is unbroken. Look, an emergency box from the old days, when you needed to pack a punch to survive. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Had better days. The woods are where you should be most at peace. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. Close encounter. One-on-one. Don't trust your eyes so much. They play tricks in the dark. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. aren't all. Ooh-wee, that's biohazard. Reflexed. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. Freedom is not worth having in a world that's doomed. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot. Wrecked it. Twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Everything's clocking together. Can't hurt to try. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come, but weren't sure if they'd last long enough to see it. Wants revenge on those who caged them, but trust you'll take care of it. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Timber! Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Labu.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe, too. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict. He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance. You seem to share the same values as the Myriad tribe. You both have the same optimistic outlook on life. At least, for now. But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of. He says the time has come to confront the jumbo puff at the end of the west route. Gizmo is working on making his Mekton strong enough to endure the oxygen-deprived dead zone all the way out to the World Eater.
To why?
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. Looks good. Finding things both here and there. Let's see. Watch your step in the forest. That's a ganote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. That's a resource totem. a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Looks like some solid wood scrap there. It's the chug yard. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working on that Mekton of his. The Toxanol Corporation used to run chugger-chuggers out of here, big machines on rails with smokestacks that fouled the air. They can carry you anywhere you like. Well, anywhere that they go to, and then you can leg it from there. You're on the right track. Keep your eyes open. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Bomper Bonkers busy banging the door. This is your chance. You don't have it in you right now. You've had better days. Flash the slash. Make that one dead. Just what you were looking for. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this back to Earth. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. Let's see. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused the bang at the yard. Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught you how to upcycle. Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth it brings is personal. He'd lie if he claimed it was all good. You changed after your Mooma and Popsy passed, and he understands why you had to leave. The old village being a constant reminder of what happened. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present, and soon, your future. You still believe there's some good in everyone. You still have hope for tomorrow. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait, no! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous!
I've got all the cold sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to, but I want to.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction? Supposes that's all any of us can do. Hard to believe the world is actually going to survive. Just seemed impossible till now. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change things. You were the only chance they had. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seemed so centered and so seeking. Figures everyone does. They seem unusually dedicated to finding them. But that's not important now. Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone, so you need to salvage scrap to upcycle the Mekton, starting with the old crate outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the Mekton strong enough to fight. There are more crates from before the apocalypse left out in the wild. Easy to find if you keep an eye out. You should be able to gather enough scrap to upgrade the Mekton from them. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half lives. Be careful. It's all here. That's not too bad. Just tiptoe along. Hold on or be gone.
Ricardo. Donna. Donna. Sit up. Donna. You don't grunt, you are.
He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun, and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply.
Speech bar, pigs. You don't grunt, you are.
He made a suction device so the Mekton can use the black tar as an instant refuel. You can also use it to clear oily goo puddles, so you can pass and access hard-to-get-to areas.
You don't grunt, you are. Speech bar, pigs.
He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but it needs ammunition, and by that he means the scripts. He says if they're trained right, they'll turn into a distraction for the Jumbo Puff.
Wolf wop. You don't grunt, you are.
The best way to find scripts is to go talk to Moog. He knows the ins and outs of every breathing thing left alive after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead zone than Moog's camp on the steep depot. Once you... He noticed the Jumbo Puff has a short attention span, so the script should distract it long enough for you to inflict some damage. The Grease Monkey's Mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to.
Botse. Inmo. Diava. Kaffee und Lumpfarb so. Waxandonia innan machamale.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be. Claims he goes after the most dangerous game, huge monsters. Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger when the time comes. Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most important decisions you'll make. You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care. It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss. Claims he mostly kills whoever he doesn't like.
Como uno shalafibotse.
Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot.
In mo.
Wonders why you work so hard to keep things alive. Bullets help thin the herd instead.
Papa Zulu. Uvuxu isqualean. Yoshkaba.
Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights and they keep putting up new ones.
Papa Zulu.
He's afraid you're just as stubborn as them.
Jak intan kakudu.
But enough of that, right?
Jak intan kakudu. Yama fore domedahunga.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed.
Kalba.
He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output. Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters, both tall and short. Thinks that it all hangs on the tree of life. When it started to fail, everything changed. Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter. Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you go big. There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes. Says you stick to the hunting and shots present themselves later. At night, baddies can't see you so good either. Wait, it's the scrip hole-up. Place is just filled with critters. Disgusting. Biohazard. Just gross. Muscles like steel. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. The plague that's ruining the land needs to be stopped. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. Might not need that now, but you will later. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. For all your slashing needs. Keep on walking. Did it just get quieter?
Ricardo. Brother. Brother. Sit up. Brother. Hoi, why, not dark.
He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. It's not his cleanest invention so far, but it gets the job done. Use it to suck up gooey oil puddles in the Mekton's way so you can pass. Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will be strong enough to do the job. It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now, otherwise he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job, take his word for it. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should be able to equip the Mekton with on your own. He's sure you remember enough of what he taught you about upcycling to fit some skronky gear to the Mekton on your own. Gizmo wants to help if he can. With life, there's always hope. Says there's treasure in the wildlands going begging for anyone who has the guts. Says talking to you was interesting. Gizmo wants to help if he can. Wishes you goodbye. There's so much you could build. Should protect your legs. It's time to create your own path. Else's. Smell that burning fuel. Imagine that. You could just go to a place like this to get a proper meal back in the old world. Flying fists. Bullets everywhere. Nothing done. Stand up on your own 2 feet. Fight for each breath. Put that thing behind you. lungs aching. Back to your own stompers. Roll out. Itchy trigger finger. Go stretch those clonky Mekton legs. victualled up your vitals. Fists of fury. Nothing but dead air here. Ooh. Bangarang. Smackdown. Injured. That feels better. You learn faster now. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. Uh-oh. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. Bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Wow, what a super-sized wormwin. That must be as big as they come. You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. That meaty Taurus is already offbeat. End it. Better pumped out than flushed down. Don't let it happen again. The Taurus is pumping at half a beat. Who would have guessed it would go down with a throw-up? Can it really get any better than that? He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start. You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark. You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to share the information with you. He trusts you know where to find Out of Date by now. He's always been at the foot of the tree, and that hasn't changed. Don't distract this beastie. It's working. Check out that plastic scrap over there. This area is blazing hot. You'd better have something that'll keep you cool if you're going in. The forest smells so strong and fresh. This is called suburbia, a place to get away from the city stink. The yerp fields, where the echo of your actions resounds clearer than any other place. There it is, the tree of life. The idea that all life is related by common descent, where the twigs are existing species and those produced in the past represent the succession of the extinct. The tree's great branches were once budding twigs, a connection between the past, present, and future. A representation of all extinct and living species with its ever-branching and beautiful ramifications. We are an evolution of those that came before. Found some e-waste. It's worthwhile. You need to point its face in the right direction. Always good to have some wood scrap like that on hand. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds. You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility. He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots. It's important to stay grounded. You share the same fate as the tree. Out of Date says there's a time for everything. And now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone. Think of the present, because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things. If you continue to do good, good will follow you. If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark.
Ewe boboye do buata.
He hopes you're right. He gets that you mean the journey continues either way, but personally he wants the tree to survive.
Cosata ghetto.
Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees.
Quieto correboy. Ewe boboye.
He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core.
Tuloya. Uto lula.
The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate.
Iboda kelmok. Auketo tul atu iamanau.
He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head.
Yevofo lola nofo. Auketo tul atu iamanau.
It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real.
Koyevun. Tuvun bonon nuekek ujbar no barke.
He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground.
Weta gono.
The Ark predates the back-in days, and now, after years of study of the manuals he found inside, he believes he's figured the ship out.
Nuekek ujbar no barke.
The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end.
Umbubu dubuko atu wamawa.
He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm.
Tolomawanya e baso to bubu bukoye.
Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy.
Come Reaper.
He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Goop in the southeast.
Loma utulu ba yowo.
Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Goop.
Kobwa yake mao toliawahu.
He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Goop and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porkypuff needs to be handled. Out of Date says that Goop is worried now that the Southeast World Eater is stepping up its activity. He explains that Goop is working on a goo-gliding vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done. Out of Date suggests that you should head southeast as fast as possible and see what you can do to help. He wonders what's on your mind. Says talking to you was interesting. At least the temp's nice and steady underground. Let's see. Where are the control sticks on this thing? This corner of the world is called Bricktown. Itchy trigger finger. That one wasn't so smart. You'd better get a move on if you want to change things. Put a key to use. More graceful than ever. The only thing keeping the tree alive is the word. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. This one seems to be in good spirits, despite being left here for dead.
Ziehen, si logo bachtinea fanish.
Has heard that you have a sense of compassion and trusts it's in your nature to help those in need.
Badja analog. Vaksan mar malva cherry.
Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your conscience. It's
Sarevanyat zap.
is grateful you chose that. You can't be good without doing good.
Light instantly vanished.
How much light do you really need?
All the light, all of it.
I mean, you could leave a little space for the dark.
All the light.
Ah, these islands are gorgeous. That there's Subnautica Station. Goop flounders around in there. Let's see what you can make. A perfect fit. That's impressive. That's a keeper. Needs no ammo. Seems to hold up. Let's see.
Yangu. Azitawa. No, Mavaniko, Daikeza.
Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He can't tell you much as he didn't want to hear anything about it. He can't understand how someone could be so vicious, even though he knows there are reasons behind it. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He thinks that's the right thing to do. It's only when you have forgiven that you'll find peace.
The light shines on!
Better isn't the word I would use.
Right, not better. Best.
You're the worst.
The worst of being the worst. We're just the best.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Which kind do you like? Hit the open surf then. The trouble is you can only rely on yourself, at least until you reach a new shore and make new friends. Can hardly believe the world is going to make it. Wonders what that's going to do to the goo. Thanks you for doing everything you could to de-goop the surf. Thinks the Myriad made a good match with you. You're both like sunshine on the surf. Claims he didn't say that out loud. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit, so you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide strong enough to fight the Porky Puff. You're lucky that way. There's still cargo left on the shores from before the apocalypse. His best guess is a power tanker hit a reef and went under. Heroes are only heroes for others, but they do the work, or they're heroes to no one. Focus on your goal. Just a few moves. Ready to roll? The day is calling. for grabs. No escaping the rain if you've got to be out. Cutting edge. Kaboom! Slice and dice. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework.
Mukamme. Sairuja. Surakia. Manutai baradrade.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out. There are lots of valuables left behind on the surf floor that the salvage net will enable you to haul. You just need to find the right spots. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. He only knows what's visible to the naked eye. Gulp is not much of a babbler and mostly keeps to himself and his drink. Feel that watt breeze blast by. Welcome to the surf archipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. You're poking around Hockbur, a prime village. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least.
Ja.
Let's see. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wonders if you could take the time to help a man slake his own thirst. You'd be doing him a liquid solid. You're a do-gooder, so you know you want to. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, that's the point. But you can't stop trying new ones, or life gets dull. Wants to raise a glass to you getting the world fixed up a bit. Respects how you always try to help, no matter that the world's fate is hard to swallow. Sees why you joined up with the Myriad. They like a peaceful drink, just like you. Says he sells them drinks. They mostly suck them down on their own. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favourite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. It makes most dumber, but that's his special burden to bear. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the surf archipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like... Says he read that in an old world book. It means you're an expert of all living things that flap and tweet. Blast off! Had enough of that? Oh, e-waste. Hard to find. Metal ride. The Quack Hollow. It's just loonly. On your own again. Everything is at stake. Locked solid. blow. Now that's a flesh wound. Good this is in your hands and not someone else's. Whoa, smell that? Biohazard nearby. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Life is a difficult game, no matter how you play it. There are places a goo glide can't go. Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as long as it's drinkalicious, even rocket fuel. He once mixed up some tankers and drank that. It was a real lift-off. That leads him to the bottom of that particular bottle. Radium syrup. If only he could find a tanker truck to empty. He's not in a state to go looking, so he's counting on you to help. Go find him a tanker truck and bring back some of that precious radium syrup. Please. Thanks you for understanding.
Come toward the light.
Slow down. Why would you rush in?
When you see what you want, why wait?
Well, what about being careful?
Pah! Poppycock! Full speed ahead!
That's going to leave a mark. Swoo. The best stories are about heroes. This is such a story. Says the tribe Sifu sent them here to help defend against the rival tribe that's been terrorizing their village. Isn't sure how long the village will last if it continues. As if the plague ruining the land and destroying... Heard that even simple things like puddle pops, surf salad, muffin grass and wild pips have become nearly impossible to grow. The Sifu asked you to help, and that's what you must do. Hopes to see you again. What odd things can happen to you? You got something great in the making? The water is so colourful. Wood scrap. The one kind of scrap you could actually still find growing. That's some good e-waste there. The scrap keeps piling up. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. Wildlife here is teetering on the brink of extinction. We all are. The meat-eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The gnat is done for unless you intervene. You seem to have made a new friend. Always good to have some wood scrap like that on hand. Ah, some wood scrap. Always happy to find that. Tread soft. That's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. The oil claimed this land a long time ago. This is Hobbydunk, a homey little village. All good things end. Let's see. Looks like some solid wood scrap there. Get off and slow down a bit. The tribes need someone to unite them. A peak spot is a great place to stand if you want to see things for what they are. It's an undersurfer, all alone without anyone in it. Yet. That's some sharp wood scrap there. Watch for splinters. Might have to find a towel after this. Leave it behind. No one can swim this fast. This day is as good as it's going to get. Has no doubt you've earned the trust and support of this village. Actions speak louder than words. Is always willing to listen. You did good here. Says you should take care. Nothing like a story with an unexpected ending.
Sairuza. Sairuya. Avanya.
That's enough quacks to sustain the Googlide flipper with infinite ammunition.
Ajimbotalanti.
Goop says he was there when the Porky Puff took Out-of-Date's leg, so this World Eater has made it personal.
Kandwa. Lipitutuata. Avanya.
After that, Out-of-Date started using his head instead of his legs and came up with the plan on how to best make a stand against the World Eaters, and it wasn't by foot.
Vadiri.
That's how he got tasked with rebuilding the Googlide.
Oh.
He seems happy to talk.
Ti.
Understands completely. Let's see. Feels like a dip in the water would be wonderful. See that broken boat over there? Looks like it still floats. Did you hear thunder? So shiny. It's the Porky Puff nibbling bark. It took quite a liking to the crunchy stuff after munching down Out-of-Date's leg. Unleash the quacks. Ain't that cute? A tubing playing with quacks. feel it? It's the brisk wind of change. Don't let this opportunity slide. He thanks you for dealing with another World Eater. You're halfway there. He's got word out of date spotted Lupa Lupin and has a feeling your time has come. He hopes you're up for it. Even though you're good-hearted, you shouldn't miss this opportunity to confront the Predator. Just head back to the foot of the tree. Fingers crossed Lupa Lupin will stay put until you're there. The day can't come soon enough. Plastic scrap like that over there could be useful.
Tula.
Out of Date says the time has come for you to reconcile with your past.
Yuba Dulu Wawa.
Lupa Lupin is still staying in the camp where he was brought up. He hopes you'll find the answers you are looking for there.
Yuba Dulu Wawa.
Even though darkness is a part of your nature, he suggests you try to keep your cool, as the best fighter is never angry.
Yuba Dulu Wawa. Far Kobe Makoto for Titaba.
He'll point you in the right direction, but the rest is up to you. This part of the journey is one you'll have to do on your own. Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains.
Shintuata Moti Huasa Olomawanya.
Out of Date hopes you'll find your way and the answers you were looking for once you're there.
Wumbubu Dubuko.
He knows he said it before, but the time has come to put an end to the Lupin's reign of terror.
Do Wovu. Far Kobe Makoto for Titaba.
You should get over there. Come face to face with destiny. It's going to be you against the Lupin. No rules.
Mauya.
He's happy to help.
Momombusu?
Says you'll meet again. Doesn't riding a beast like this feel good? Lupa Lupin's camp has always been there, hidden deep inside the mountains. Tread carefully here. This is Lupa Lupin's camp. Lupa Lupin says he's been looking forward to this moment. He wanted you to come here and see for yourself where it all started. He was so little when your mother and kin came here to put an end to his mother just because she was different, a hunter. That night, the hunter became the hunted, trapped with nowhere to run. He says your mother showed no mercy, only vengeance. He can see that you're not like your mother. There's something different about you. Maybe you would have made a better decision than she did, and let them be. They orphaned him, left him alone, an outcast and a freak. Looper Lupin says he's been reliving the moment every night since then. He says your mother and her disciples started something that couldn't be undone. They created the monster he would become. He knew his time would come, and he was patient. So, when he got news about your birth, he knew how to get revenge that would last. That's why he spared you that night he raised the village when you were a child. He wanted you to suffer for life, like he had. He marked you for life, so he'd recognize you when you met again, and you'd eventually remember where you came from. His hunger grew insatiable over the years to come. He tried, but being vegetarian wasn't in his nature, and he couldn't go hungry. But he's never taken a life for the sake of appetite. It's always been about survival, and that our true self is being who we are. A deep look into nature will make you understand everything better, and that natural selection eliminates, and the strongest survive. Fate is for those too weak to determine their own destiny, and now the time has come for you to accept yours. The hours fly by in the dark. Out of Date says that from what he's heard, you've been busy. He says he appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's got urgent news from his friend Noko in the east. Out of Date says that even though he's unsure about your intentions, he hopes you'll support Noko. He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Noko and making sure she gets what she needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date was spot on. The hoof puff needs to be stopped. Out of Date says that Noko is worried now that the Eastern World Eater is stepping up its activity. He explains that Noko keeps a fabled steed that she has planned to ride out to the World Eater, but needs help to get it prepared. Out of Date suggests that you should head east as fast as possible and see what you can do to help. He's happy to help. Says you should take it easy. Move like a dancer. Let's see. Don't look that beastie in the sears. It's serene and beautiful here. This region is known as the Knupstonies. You can't find a harder place in the world. Ah, the Gnote Pen. Nocco never leaves this place. She's always put the living things first. Let's see.
Puri kumbala muma. Puri kumbala muma.
Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again.
Asana yotpa. Kamonu.
She wonders if you remember her. She's Nocco. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid.
Asana yotpa.
Nocco remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark.
Asil natu.
But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going.
Sana yote. Ingada aldo.
Seems reluctant to even say its name. It's become personal to her too, since it's taken so many of her innocent gnotes as prey.
Kala kodotuku.
Nocco remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be.
Amu. Dropalum. Anora kapapum.
She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least.
Kanyala notoro. Urasa durut.
She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still.
Asadurutu. Tukonda. Urasa durut.
Nocco says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, until it's worn smooth. But you get to blaze your own trail from here.
Taifanamenuma.
Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Lupa Lupin to pay for what he did to her gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature.
Run, Dark, run!
It's not a race.
You only say that because you're losing.
That doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, there are lots of other reasons you're wrong.
Ferena masalapu. Urasa durut.
Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you
Taifanamenuma.
You can't do everything you want, can't go everywhere, can't see everything, only what you can.
Kanamunta. Veri.
So happy the world is going to live, would have been crushed to see all the gnotes die with it.
Veri. Kanamunta.
Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out.
Pola kudo.
Glad you saw the light with the myriad. They always bring a sparkliness to any day, and sometimes the nights too.
Brumblele marsamambunundu.
Says that's only for a little while, and when your eyes clear, you see everything even better than before.
Pola kudo.
But let's not speak of that now.
Kialdo male kanodo.
She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow.
Minalagi mamuru. Andro? Brumblele marsamambunundu.
The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you.
Dere?
You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater.
Kodotuku.
It's the most magnificent creature she's ever encountered. A creature straight out of a dream or story. The mountains stretch higher than the clouds. Always good to have some wood scrap like that on hand. You found the Majut, Meadow. Watch out for the Majut. Wow! Put an end to him. Sharp steel. How many days like this do you think the world has left? Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned. She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down. The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down. She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least that... It's easy to describe. A crossway is where roads meet in a knot and merge. This one is in Sector 7J, if you're familiar with Out-of-Date's map. Right in the face. Carving it out. Right between the eyes. This mount has quite a bounce to it. Ah, some wood scrap. Always happy to find that. Looks solid. Asks you to check out the wares, confident you'll find everything you need here. Sometimes it's simpler to just buy what you need. filling your pockets. Well spent. Better get a move on if you want to change things. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? Someone locked it solid. Want to get your arms swung? Got to time it right to make them work. Left, right, left, right. Pumping good, looking better. Got to time it right to make them work. Left, right, left, right. Pumping good, looking better. A balancing act. Locked up tight? That cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. Just a few moves left. Make them count. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. You flick the switches in order to green-light the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark. Daytime is a good time to be outside. Disgusting. Biohazard. Just gross. Guess you still want more than that. That looks like the control box handles need to be wheeled to buzz the wire. Wired up and ready to go. A perfect fit. Great capper. You need to believe how serious this is if you want to have any effect on it. Says you used to be able to find bleep bleeps whenever you like. They heard there's a cupboard where Just imagine. Better those bleep bleeps wind up with you than it. The mountains are so ginormous. With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned. She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got. The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha-Majut. If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away.
Andro?
It's a seat you fasten on the back of a mount to safeten up your ride. It can become quite bumpy and risky without. You finally found the village of Bumlidoff. Let's hope the beast keeps listening to you. The Smilo Shopperia. Guess shopping here put a smile on your face. Just stay down. Boxes like this are few and far between. However, that's no great loss. Talking pictures from the aforetimes lacked a message. Better hold on to that. As the iBox broadcasts, it's hit or miss, but when it does hit, it's usually... That's more than stuck. You're a long way from the sun. At least you're not coming out of this empty-handed. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Now hold on. You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the mechanism. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco. The mountains tower above any tree. Even more facts in that big brain. Yuck! That there's a sludge gush field, where the company used to suck sludge from the underground. Now it's all over. For a beastie, this mount is so gentle. That's Knuckle Down. It's got an upgrade bench in that little blimp up there. Let's see. Peddler is eager for you to have... This thing has a mind of its own.
Anora kapapom.
Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of bonbon gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride. Noko's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it. She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe. You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths. They're small airborne creatures with bright reflective wings and a conspicuous fluttering flight. It's time for an adventure, for good or bad. A wheel match. Out hard. Loot. It worked. Time to make something useful. Any kind of protection, you take it. A stylish cover for your brains.
Gandum.
This place is called Brightlight. Mito lives close by. With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it, and even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that. Figures that doesn't make it any less worth fighting. You found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past brightlights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changes darkness. Did you realize that when choosing where to shine? Figures that doesn't matter. You can't help but shine either way. So happy you know you're helping brighten the world. There's plenty of it that's still worth saving. Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know. Says you did the right thing in taking up with the Myriad. They buy lots of his lamps. That's a tribe that believes in the bright things in the world. Claims he wasn't trying to sell you anything. Now, says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So why not call him Me Too? He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right. Believes no one is entirely dark. Even the worst have a spark of good in them. Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too. He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth, and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow. Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end. Glows with delight at your bright passion for the light. That's the Vroomer. Go, beastie, go! That place there's a real fixer-upper, not an entirely lost cause. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. Like walking down a trail. Bullets everywhere. Steel punch. You're hurt bad. Head off. Farewell, fool. You'd better get a move on if you want to change things. Glittermoth Cave is right here. Just what you were looking for. Give it a little kick.
Sanna gjorde.
That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work.
Andro?
She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater.
Andro?
The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time.
Ganoruta.
She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains.
Tukonda. Pala.
So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest root that's hidden beneath the surf.
Urasa Durut.
It reminds her of the gnotes and, like them, it's hoofed. They're just a lot bigger. Don't let it wander. Point it. You've stumbled into the mushimosh mire, where the risk of getting forever stuck is omnipresent, regardless of whether you want it or not. Growl it into a higher gear. Don't let your mount ignore you. That sealed the fate of the third World Eater. Just one more to go. Out of Date asked to see you again to congratulate you and let you in on the final phases of his plan. This is your chance to get his priorities aligned with yours. Do right by your tribe and the world at large. Just head back to the Ark. He seemed eager to see you again.
Ritsentede.
She wonders if the rumors she's heard about
Gala, Ganorota.
think
Kamonu. A Sadurutu. Ganorota.
with the world.
A Nora Kapapom. A Sadurutu.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go.
But you know...
Brumble Marsamon.
Feels
Inadab Sunka.
Noko knows she's known.
Inadaldo. Se.
It's a new day to you. Might as well enjoy it. Can you navigate by starshine?
Yowotulua, Luatulu, Maua.
Out of Date thinks the time has come to end the conflict between the tribes. There won't be any winners in this war.
Tikamaperna.
You should know it's not too late to change direction by visiting another tribe's fort. However, it might be best to stick with the tribe you've chosen already.
Yevofo, Lolanofo.
He believes it'll take someone with a light perspective and key to counterbalance the Sifu's energy in the end.
Kobwa, Yake.
Regardless of the outcome, you need to play your part and conclude the conquest. It'll be over soon.
Ebaso Dombubu, Bukoye.
Out of Date reminds you that the time has come to end the tribe war.
Koyetu Koreboy.
He's happy to help.
Pilfov Uguvuhu, Vobra, Boom.
Says you're welcome back.
Far Kobemako to Far Titaba.
Out of Date reminds you that the time has come to end the tribe war.
Satuatan Pop Kila.
He's happy to help.
Mauketo, Tul Atu, Yamanao.
Hopes to see you again soon. Let's see. Sometimes you miss the sound of breaking waves, and sometimes you don't. Got word you found the greatest glider of all. Can't imagine how that would feel, to zoom so fast. Funny that you found an ark when you don't need to go anywhere in it. The world's still going to be here. Proud of you for thinking about helping before escaping, either way. Wonders if there are any open seats left in that fancy arc glider.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next. There's
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. The only one we'd want to get away quickly from here is darkness.
But you know you can't go on without me. Even if I'm bad company, I complete you.
I think we can finally agree on something. It is better to be alone than in bad company. But best of all is being good company yourself.
Feels thrilled to snag a seat in your arc. Can't wait to glide through the skies. Goop knows he's repeating himself. We'll be around. Let's see. This box once tailed a chugga-chugga. Now it's just off track. He's helped out of date to get the Ark hardware restored. There's just some wiring left to do before the vessel's ready for takeoff. He just needs to reroute the excessive high spark to run through the proper plug in the system so it won't break the path if it blows. Gizmo isn't sure you'll need to make use of the Ark, though. It looks like your efforts to save the tree and the world are paying off. He knows your good-hearted nature means you won't leave him behind, but you need to work on yourself if he's going to be isolated with you in the Ark. There are things you don't see eye to eye on. It's not that he doesn't care about others, but the fact that the Ark only has 4 extra seats means you have to be picky when choosing company.
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help.
Why? You don't need anyone else but yourself and me, of course, but I'm a part of you, so that doesn't count.
If you want to go quickly.
But you...
He's been thinking this whole thing with the Ark through and has decided he won't be joining you. First off, he isn't 100% sure Gizmo will always make time for you. The gooing of the water in the ground is spreading. Let's see. Let's see.
Ecinie. Ruvain.
Mu-
Evazilmet. La fea. Mishako her. La fea. Nuch. Vaxa u intabadan.
Stop.
Vaxa u
There's a
intabadan.
bright day coming!
Hey, that's going to get you.
The only one getting...
That's...
Oh, do you...
Let's see. You don't get to wander below ground like this every day. Have you ever seen trees other than the ones in a forest? Earth outpost. The Jagni tribe claimed this. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his tribe to lose, as they're the ones that are ruthless. But now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. To fight for what you stand for isn't a fight he'll give up. It's a fight to the end. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. You look great. He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors. Believes you'll make them all proud, too. He knows things that you need to. Says you should... Wild headgear. Fits nice. Yeah, the future is in your hands, so take care of it.
Jeune Plinken from la Bapa. Amawi to Wajitu.
Let's see. Check out that silo. Might be empty, but maybe not all empty. Check out that shopperia over there. Wonder what they used to sell. It's harder for others to see you in the dark.
Nam tau tau supply?
Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate the outpost.
That's all, mona ha. You daldalit.
Just keep going while you can and don't stop until all outposts are under your control.
Tu hati oi.
Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home.
Boy chevon plastivo.
Figures the moths will drive everyone in the outpost nuts. That's when you dive in. Just get to it and destroy it. Breaking bones. Hard to believe this is all here. Your key energy isn't up to that. Great shot. Good hit. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. They all hope you can lead them to peace. No one's going to see you coming in the dark. Let's see. It's a bridge. Just get over it. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war, or part of the problem. They've been waiting for you, taking control of... You better be. A tribe's fort is a bigger challenge than an outpost. They've positioned a storm tower near the fort that you'll use to get over the wall. However, you need to prop up its wheelhouse first to stay... Says you don't have to knock to get inside. Keep focused on what you can do today. Tomorrow's already gone. Nice shot. an end to them. Slice and dice. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their sea. You need to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life to truly become free. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Nothing like light to brighten your day. Smart. stories only survive if someone is listening, so pay attention. Work your way up. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzle. Nice crackle. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. He didn't expect it would go down this way. It'll be hard to talk your way out of a fight. You shouldn't challenge someone that has nothing left to lose. You're not dead yet. Up all your key energy. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. You're one step closer to uniting the tribes. It's a pity you needed to use force to get the point across. But he's still concerned about the fate of the world. You can't lose this war. If you get the ending wrong, the effort it took to get there was in vain. A proper ending, however, provides closure. He says you've grown so much stronger than when you first met. You know better than anyone that the fate of the world is still at stake. You need a world where everyone is guided only by their conscience. The fate of the world depends on the triumph of good. The tree of life still stands, and it's up to you to make sure it does so to the end. We all share the same. It's the Jagni staff. He knows things that you... Check out that motor juice station. Wonder if there's any go juice left in the juice tank. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. Bionucleus 4J. Toxanol should never have built these to start with. It just smears all over everything, doesn't it? They used to call this a thoroughfare. Look at all those old homes. Don't get distracted by all the destruction you can see this time of day. There's the sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see... He'll fight if he must. He wished for another solution to the conflict, but it seems he has no choice. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you didn't have much of a choice. Fine time to be outside.
Coiras was qua.
Let's see. The Quirk-Quarp outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape.
Mashallah, mol.
Says they've been waiting for you to help them.
Litsosao ka plata mayena le flashinam zing vuise.
Get up there and get fixing. Just a few moves left. Make them count. down? Beefed up. What you do here matters to you and the world. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Russia. King. Ferrari. What a waste. Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing up the high booms. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job, Cap.
Al de koersen gaan het echt.
The world is awake. Let's see. Can't wait to get on flatter ground.
Litsosao ka madasulu kubo.
Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain.
Madasulu kubo.
Freedom is not worth having in a world that's doomed. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. Spot, wrecked it. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Hello?
Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. They all hope you can lead them to peace. The decay is disgusting. They've been waiting for you, taking You better be. The plan is to fling you over the wall. It's better you go. Heads up, that's Peak Spot. A great place to watch the world from. Who knows who might be watching you? You've had better days. Running low. Itchy trigger finger. Took care of it. Right where it counts. Brain gets any worse, you could dissolve. Half-lifed. Pull, go on. Seems the keys need to be in sequence to make the ring dinger work. Just a few moves left. Make them count. So, the technology from yesterday's is still here today, even if its message is getting old. Might keep you from taking one to the knee. You need to show your mount who's boss. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their Sifu.
Hello?
You need to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life to truly become free. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. You've got nothing left. Wiped out. Cut that one down. Control your destiny, or someone else will. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. That's bonkers. The Netra tribe values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting the tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fight. He'll fight for whatever shred of hope he has left to unite the tribes and save the Tree of Life.
taken alle back.
The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their... He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to... And with that, you're spinning your own fate. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. There's no purpose in antagonism. The way he sees it is that you've been forced into opposition. Your tribe didn't start the war, but it's fallen to you to end it. It's clear your efforts have been successful. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The tribes are tired of war and will remember the one who brought them peace, whether you decide it'll be now or later. So, do you want to end the war now or continue the crusade? That's not the answer he expected. You've reached your goal and had a choice to end the war without any more casualties. But he accepts your choice. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. It's the Netra claw chain. Nothing between you and your foes in the mountains.
Ja.
Gulp says he didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Gamanugela. Ja.
Gulp says he didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Akuringa lugin bambaduran.
There are places a goo glide can't go. This gutway has centuries of old waste. Nailed it. The air gets stale down here. Flex those smart muscles and open the hatch. That should be enough glow juice for two. It would be the perfect spot for a vacation. Sure. Gun it! Gulp says he wants to take you with him on a super funny happy slide. Sharing is caring, and one drink for two is just right. Gulp says seeing your face is like seeing his own reflection at the bottom of a glass. It never gets old. He's been looking forward to a rendezvous, and it's on you to make it happen. There's even a chance the syrup is more intoxicating now from being aged in a radiated tanker. He's sure there are even more tanker trucks with radium syrup out there waiting to be emptied.
That's so
Seriously?
you.
Dark.
Gulp says drinking shouldn't keep you from thinking. Gulp thanks you, says a drink or two won't do any harm. He refuses to drink alone. So he intends to keep the promise he gave you when you first met. He's got a few things. Gulps. Hard to know what you says he's ready to toast your effort to keep the world juicy. Wants to know if you might want a master blender along on your Ark trip.
So, what we have here is an opportunity.
Why? You don't need...
If you want...
But you know...
Cannot believe you chose him to go along. Says he's going to come up with... It's hard to understand the guzzle, but it's something...
Over bug ah.
He didn't expect you to be back so soon.
Tudu Baba.
Says daytime is the right time to get things done.
Tudu Baba. Vaksan mar mal ya. Segaya lama yaba.
He didn't expect you to be back so soon.
Jira Vabasco.
Mook says he needs you to locate the next monster, put it in place, and return to confirm its position.
Why ad fulea haya?
He didn't expect you to be back so soon.
Will she like book Khalifaf Cairo? Wa.
Says you were a quiet hope.
Theodore.
He didn't expect you.
Wa.
Will be around. Move before it decides to have lunch. Got more than a flesh wound. Shot through.
Ja, that's Njavov. Mishaku Harizavania kun intabadanj.
Moog says he's found keys in fluff dung before, and always wondered what they'd unlock. Discover the rest and you'll find more keys. There's...
Intabadanj. Mishaku Harizavania?
Moog says you did good on that last monster. He hopes you have time to help him seek out the next one.
Tudu Baba.
It's not too far away. It shouldn't take you as long as the previous one.
Cherry la fia.
But that's no reason to waste time.
Ishku.
If you keep at the haunt, you'll round them all up in no time.
Love to see you shine. The night may be cool.
I am too cool.
Ekanishalavai.
Moog appreciates your company.
Bestilka.
Understands you have things to do. Best part of this ride is it runs on green stuff. Old brick-bracks like that, sometimes still full of good things. It's a cold zone. Even a thick coat of fur is enough to keep you warm here. You found Snodesburg. Such a neat village. This won't be a field trip. It's the real thing. Well, looky there. A broke-down home. Might still be worth poking around. There's a ping dish here, just the thing for signaling. Bruised. To get the ping dish to work, you need to line up the pong paddles for just a few moves left. Make them count. That's a match. Now you can ping all the dishes you like. Spin that paddle to turn the ping dish properly. No pings there, only pongs. No pings there, only pongs. Pingety ping ping, you found a transmessage. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. You've discovered Fanaki leaves, the densest jungle in the land. Better get hacking. Another quarrel spot. Back in the days, there were things here. Now, it's all gone. Everything seems to take longer at night. A monster snoozes hereabouts. That's a crossway up ahead, like a question waiting for an answer. Bang Shelter 10E. Toxinol put these all over the place. That hurt 'em. Crushing it. Welcome to Biomutant. So many plants and trees. A monster snoozes hereabouts. Everything feels better. That's a crossway up ahead, like a question waiting for an answer. Bang Shelter 10E. Toxanol put these all over the place. Flat Hat. Dead. Busting heads. About time you found some clothes. Heads up. Better than nothing. Feels good on you. You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is. This is a spark plant, a place where they make the zap sparks for your go juice needs. Smash me dash. Great shot. So much damage. Breaking bones. Looks valuable. This day is as...
Ja. Vedse Njavov. Fjada.
Moog says he's impressed. That's another monster pinned. Moog says that thanks to you, he has the monsters mapped out.
Gulududua. Mishako her.
Once he gets the word out, your friends and allies will know what. And
Kalba.
he guesses you're thinking the exact opposite, and you're still eager to find more.
Tarinman.
Claims he can always help you come up with a reason.
Wuksa u intabadan kale. Omo judo vavazine.
Heard you haunted up an ark for yourself. Now, that's one amazing kind of prize. Imagine what you could haunt with that.
Wuksa u intabadan kale.
Thinks that...
Eskayamaku. Waksandonanenya.
Thinks you might not use the ark much if the world's fine, but he'd take it out even more. Perfect for a haunting.
Eskayamaku.
Doesn't know why you try keeping things alive that need killing.
Ekanishalavai.
Either way, though, that ark sure seems shiny.
A conscious choice to be alone means you won't miss anyone.
The thing we're really missing here is...
The world would be a better place if we were left.
Well, anyone in their right mind...
Ekanishalavai.
Says the ark's your ride. You get to fill the seats how you please.
Sam.
Moog's glad you keep coming back.
Tomozakula imapela. To.
Says he get...
Waksan makale zegi.
Moog's glad you keep coming back.
Ja.
Glad you're working without...
Vaksan mar mapon.
Has plenty.
Ja.
Says he gets it. Who gets to ride shotgun in the ark is your choice, smart or not.
Wa.
Moog's glad you keep coming back.
In mo.
Even the grass is shorter.
Taikatapa, Contiko Tundo, Ponto Yonko Boykin, Motalfa Yonko.
Getting brighter! Can't!
That was only...
I have a shop.
It's shockingly dark out there. Looking sort of good. Glad you covered that up. Says he gets it. Who gets to ride shotgun in the Ark is your choice.
Vaxa u Intabadan.
Moog's glad you keep coming back. A good deal all around.
Car,
Says Moog's glad you keep coming back.
Bodse.
Understand. Need to stock up on scrap first. Hard not to feel tiny in the mountains. There's an aero wreck over there. So much wasted. A ping dish. Experts used to find things in the air with those. Wonder if it still works. The light's coming back. To get the ping dish to work, you need to line up the pong paddles for a proper match. That's a match. Now you can ping all the dishes you like. Spin that paddle to turn the ping dish properly. No pings there, only pongs. No pings there, only pongs. Pingety ping ping, you found a transmessage. Who'd leave rubber scrap lying around like that? Dead on. Crush lust. Nice shot. Crushing it. Not dead yet. Hey, nice shot. Things go into the swamp, and they don't come out. This one's Bang Shelter 6L. Looks like it's still working the way it should. You look great. Snazzy hatter. Now you're styling. Do you feel safer or more exposed in the dark? Blisterboo, known for its perfect temperature and atmosphere. There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. You have a good eye for that stuff. There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. You fixed those flame flies fast. The night's your chance to be sneaky. Mito seems mesmerized by the flame fly. Its fire now burning in his heart, too. Mito says the flame flies have always acted as guiding lights in his life, but with so little time left, he can't just make a lamp from scratch for you. Sometimes there are ether lanterns as light as paper, floating around in the sky at night. One of those would make a perfect fit for your fly. Scour the night sky and get him an ether lantern to work with, and do it before the flame fly's life is snuffed out. It'll have a hard time shining as bright as you already do.
Love the glow of the light.
No.
All the way
I'll make you glow.
Mito says you're making sense to him. Wishes you goodbye. Mito says you're making sense to him. The tree looks amazing, especially... Seems surprised you... There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. Now that Mito has the ether lantern, he's able to convince the flamefly into making it a special get-through-the-night lamp. He's glad he's able to help you shed some light on a world that's grown so dark. He wishes he could do more to help, but too much light can blind as much as the night. If there's any way to help you see, though, he's happy to do what he can. Says hope is like light. When all else goes dark, it can show you the way out. Knows you have the ark's fuse all trimmed and ready to go. Can't wait till you light that candle. Says no. Just want to see what you'll do. Thinks it's great you're leaving in the ark, even though the world is brighter than ever. Time to bring that light to other places too, right? He knows you spread your light throughout the land, and he respects how bright you burn. Could you enlighten him as to who you plan to bring along on your journey into the great darkness?
So, what we have here is an opportunity to help your next.
Why? You don't need anyone else but just...
If you want to go...
But you know you can't...
He's glowing like the sun that you picked him to join you on the ark. He can't wait to bring light everywhere. Mito says he's ready to illuminate your world. Hopes to see you again soon. Pain is nothing to you. Feels like you could be blown off the world. Out of date reminds you that the time has come. He's happy to help. Has plenty to do. There are things out there waiting for you. There they are. Now, catch them. It's Skypook Outpost. The Ankati tribe blew life into that ages ago. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be... It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job. Let's see. Don't let your mount ignore you. You've located the village of Hubbledun. Let's see. The Wingo Outpost. Here's the first line of defense. It's smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it glow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot. Wrecked it. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing. Says Give it a little kick. That's another shopperia. They just couldn't get enough of these places back in the days gone.
Ma yoko joyola.
Says they've been waiting for you to help them.
Tu pelala. Mola mo. Zasol mola ha.
Get in there and ruin that filter. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Keep your eyes out for new paths. Easy to miss things down here. Pancakes, anyone? Wonder what you... Crunch! Just a few moves left. Make them count. Got it. Nothing but greasy goo in their pipes now. Looks like the outpost found out about the bad water the hard way. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing... No escaping the rain if you've got to be out. They've been waiting for you. They've managed to Things are happening. It's not just anyone that's awake and moving. It's time to set the rival. You The megamuck in that cage looks like hard work opens doors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. A closed door is no different than a wall. Just get out of the megamuck's way. Get under that sky while you still can. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate. Anybody home? But you just need... The Ankati tribe believe that solidarity is what is needed to keep the world in balance. They're steadfast in their conviction to unite the tribes and move forward together as one. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He'll fight for whatever shred of hope he has left to unite the tribes. The rival you are, he'll leave it up to you. Side by side he wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
Get out full of us in a habile.
Your Sifu is pleased,
Galen thinking of what they are.
but he's still concerned about the fate of the world.
Fale well, papa. Bro platch. Get a one thing.
You-
Bro platch. Fale well, papa.
He says you've grown so much stronger.
Gine afirma katano shubu budo.
You know better than any.
Garanam.
It's the Ankati bow. Think about how far you can see from the top of a mountain. There's the Riffereef outpost, which the Lotus tribe slapped together. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to... He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
The guy la wuta.
He says you did a great job.
Mana sling yok.
You have all the bits you need. Great capper. It's going to cause a catastrophe. There they are. Now, catch them. Give your mount a pat and pick a path. The H2O outpost. Hope you don't...
Uitatut. Masala. Mol.
Here's the first line of defense. Careful of that pew-pew, Machina. Got to hit it harder than that. Better to bring it down. No more bullets from that. Keep going. Heads up for that oil boiler. Stay away till you take that thing. It's safe to get near now. That oil's still boiling. Here's the second line of defense. That sprocket ride could be just your ticket. Just jump on that candle and get it lit. Ride that sprocket. Kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a... This swamp goes on forever. Let's see. A quarrel spot. First the company ruined it, and now the tribes scorched it. Heads up. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. What a messy mess. Tubflu outpost. The Lotus tribe carved this out forever ago. Let's see.
Raki dilarda.
Says they've been waiting.
Kulima mayokol kol litso sao ka.
Aren't crossways fun? Just filled with possibilities. The gooing of the water in the ground is spreading. Get up there and get fixing. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. It's a brand new day. Just a few moves left. Make them count. All fixed up. The arc shooters are already gearing. The outpost belongs. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. They all... A story has got to keep moving forward. They've been waiting for you. Bang Shelter 8K. Gotta give it to Toxanol. They built these to last. Look at those muscles. It's you need to unite the... That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. The best stories are about him. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. That's bonkers. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up. The Lotus tribe is seeking to build a perfect order, regardless of how many are hurt in the process. They want to subdue the tribes, as control is the only way they can guarantee peace. He didn't expect it would go down this way. It'll be hard to talk your way out of a fight. You shouldn't challenge. You are He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the... He likes the way you think. Let's give the rival time to come around. And with that, step by step, until all have given up their rights for the good of others. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased, but he's still concerned about the... You know better than anyone that the... It's the Lotus Shuriken. Now that's respectable. What to build? What to build? The plague that's ruining the land needs to be stopped. Days are scarce. Don't waste them. Glitter grass? Bet you find some nono nesting in it. Truggle truck over there looks like no one ever cracked it open. Have you ever seen so much green? The Underfoot outpost, right where the Pichu tribe dug it up. There's the tyrant who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his tribe to loot. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to... He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a...
Thinking.
You get used to the beastly smell, I hear. Let's see.
kol man. Jag förstår. Dalita litot.
The s-
Klachi vun prick.
Get in there and ruin that filter. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Slash. Good thing you're not clocked through. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That hurt him. Got it. Nothing but greasy goo in their pipes now. Looks like the outpost below. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job.
Garamotti.
You the Prowler. Feels like the clouds came down to say hi. That there is a fume foundry where toxanol processed go juice. The oil claimed this land a long time ago. It's the Benearth outpost, right where the Pichu tribe dug it up.
Dalita litot, Yafetoya Mayu.
Says it's time to set the...
Yafetoya Mayu.
Here's the first line of defense. Careful of that pew-pew action. Bring it down. No more bullets from that. Got to hit it harder than that. Time to find a way out of this place. No. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Keep going. Heads up for that oil boiler. Stay away till you take that thing out. It's safe to get near now. Here's the second line of defense. Just jump on that candle and get it lit. Ride that sprocket. Almost there. The outpost belongs to you. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a... They all hope... Time to ride. There they are. Now, catch them. Could be a monster napping here at any time of day. A brick-brack that's still standing. Now, that's a find. Don't trip it, just keep moving.
Get full of us in a habele. Manage slink yok.
They've been...
Manage slink yok. Ratna falo hutut.
They've managed...
Gelen denken of what nea.
If a story is about you, care for it. La fanen a ginkanman. Gine afirma gat wa para mis. The megamuck in that cage looks... Just a few moves left. Make them count. A closed door is no different than a wall. Just get out of the Megamuck's way. Carving it up. No windows to look out at the sky from down here. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate, but you just need to aim straight, shoot and pull, and the Pishu tribe supports natural Anybody home?
Gunmuksa.
You are free. He'll leave it up to you, step by step, until all... They've achieved a great thing for the tribe and the land by winning the war. The other tribes will see your side of things with time. Uniting the tribes was a big step on the way, but saving the Tree of Life is crucial if you want to make everyone know the bright side. When you first met, the world was divided and... He says it'll take some time for the tribes to come together as one. You know better than anyone that the fate of the world depends on the triumph of good. The Tree of Life still stands, and it... It's the Pichu Nanchuk. There's something special about that blade. It's time to do what's right, for certain values of right.
Setuatan Bob Kila, Koibe, or Korfabe.
Out of Date says there'll be consequences of the war, but there are more pressing matters at hand.
Valu alu, herua, lotu lu bayo.
He thought someone with your light perspective and key would have had different priorities and faced the World Eaters before resolve.
Mpa, wherefore, where? Ya, Sawata Mua.
Regardless, Out of Date is grateful the tribe war is over.
Kotuvon ko kumvun kono.
Out of Date understands the road has been rough, but you already know what's left to end this journey.
Kotuvon ko kumvun kono. Farfarifjo dai miss.
The future...
Kobwa yake.
Only time will tell what the future holds.
Ko bubuye buye.
Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading.
Le ya yato potawata.
He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately, he's had...
Honto kontue pon yevun beboko kontabe.
He says he'll point you in the right direction. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next.
Beboko kontabe potawata.
Out of Date says that Wiz is worried.
Tolua lu tolu.
He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done.
Mauketo tole udeno ko nunyofobo.
He-
Mopu far kobi.
The place feels like it has teeth. The Surge Surf Factory. Keep your eye out for Wiz while you... Let's see. Wuz isn't easy on the tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of... Says it's good to see you again. He's Wiz. You might remember him from the old days when he let you try his octopod? Wiz remembers you were such a cheery kid, and he's glad to see that light hasn't faded from you, despite the years. But Wiz understands it was a long time ago, and memories get murkier the deeper you go, but says it helps to have friends with you to plumb those depths. He set up camp at the foot of the Tree of Life. It's gotten more difficult for it to find defenseless prey, as it's already eaten most of them. Wiz says our memory keeps things for us, preserves them until we are ready to face them again. He knows you've returned to face Lupa Lupin, and that confrontation is as inevitable as the tides. He's not surprised that the loss of your family could plunge you into the depths forever, but you've always been able to rise like a bubble to the surface, no matter what. He knows that though the tides of history may push you in one direction, you can always lay your own course. Ultimately, it's your choice. You were the one to be wronged and have lived with the consequences. He believes in consequence as it's a direct result of action.
Where's that dark now?
What? Wait! No! I'm right here!
What's that?
I am right here!
Hello? Is anyone there?
Asks if you ever think about freedom and... Maybe that's true for you, but he's not impressed that you fought so hard. Thinks you were smart to join with the mirror. But that's not me. Wiz says that you should let the past dwell in the depths. This is why he's tinker-tonkering with the octopod. But the lid got stuck, so he needs a big enough tug twister to open it up and let you a-go-in. He can't leave the surge station. It's definitely made to lend a helping hand and do the heavy lifting. Toxinol records mention it as an automaton made for moving bionucleus matter into storage areas. It's a bit less black out there. Bang Shelter 11E. Just the place to ride out a storm. That's the hut. Wonder if there's anything still inside. Good ride long. Tell it, no biting. Well placed. Don't want to point a finger, but the Mecha Stadium is near here. Bolted shut. Need the right key? Just a few moves left. Make them count. Is that a ray of hope? You need to loosen the bolts without unsettling it. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's it. The tug twister's loose. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Bristles like the hair of one electrified. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. It's okay to smile at the growing light. He believed the tug twid. He agrees that it's an option if you want to break stuff, but in this case you want. He says the lid should open if you sprinkle grease it. He knows his old. He stresses that you should. Wiz heard he's. This thing needs new bounce orbers. You've reached the end of the line. Bet you can find Choo Choo here. Choo Choo knew you would make it to him one day. All you had to... Wonders who doesn't like rules or rails. They keep you on the straight and narrow and bring you right where you belong. Says you followed the rails to where you need to be, but tracks have switches in them too. The question is then, will you keep on the same track or look for... You seem like you're on the right track already. He just hopes you don't get sidetracked onto a darker path. Whichever way you go, he wants you to know that the rails never steer you wrong. Stick to them and they always bring you right to where you're meant to be. Thinks everyone has. No one's perfect every time. Seems like the world came out of its rut and is chugging toward higher ground again. Can't thank you enough for hitting the brakes and working to turn the world chug around. But let's not get derailed. Says he's surprised to see anyone this far out, but sometimes the wrong train... He's convinced the tracks are... This time, though, he was sidetracked. Says you're just like...
The shadows are getting so...
I feel attacked.
You should feel attacked!
Wait, what?
A lot.
It's harder for others to see you in the dark. The Wingnut Chug Tunnel. It goes on forever. Almost there. Down here, you can feel protected and trapped at the same time. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Let's see.
Così tava. Compata, malam, mala,
Choo Choo says he knew you.
mala, compata, para malo.
He'd be...
Bumpa to the,
He keeps it safe.
bumpa to the, malam. No, cause bumpa to the, ta.
Choo Choo says you should...
Bumpa tisma,
It's a versatile tool from the Bible.
ta. No, you can't, don't pass about the choo.
He's convinced... Says there's no...
It's like the whole...
Oh, shine like that.
Now that
You know, I'm stuck.
I don't...
Lamoto,
Choo Choo says he can't wait.
oh, katsumoto, shumikaba.
Shield your eyes if...
Koyaba, oh, katsumoto, shumikaba.
You shouldn't worry about smashing up the box.
Para malo,
Choo Choo...
bumpa tisma, oh, katsumoto, shumikaba.
He's convinced there was a big...
Choo-choo.
He believes you've got what it...
Choo-choo.
Figures everyone chooses their own.
Choo-choo.
Choo Choo says he's ready to pack up and...
Oh, katsumoto, shumikaba.
Darium avar ilato vieto. Haunadakan.
Wiz says that there's...
Darium avar ilato vieto. Velir nila chale.
He knows you'll need something that packs enough boot...
Pala kumpiav perukan.
You should keep an eye on the... The light you see at night is brighter than you think. That's a bang plant, where toxanol used to make all sorts of splody things before it blew up in their faces. There they are. Now, catch them. Yeah. The future is in your hands, so take care of it. You try. That looks like an unbanged pyro stick on the loose. Better catch it before it goes off.
Miro Chantor, Velir Nila Chale, Miro Chantor, Alikan Rato.
He hopes so, as there's no Plan B, or more correctly, Plan C. Out of Date has named this Plan B. Plan
Palakumpiav Perukan. Die Velir Nila Palakumpiav Perukan. No Katika. Veyo Palam Uskos.
This means you'll have to go visit.
No Katika.
Guppos are. Someone has to end this plague before it's too late. The Tree of Life still stands. Question is, for how long? Up, down, all around. We are lonesome animals that spend all
Kofintra Bidwitchen.
happy to finally get...
Mijn vriend Kevorte. I love us. Benuda food. Kemmerigend of love us. Eira.
Can't him...
Eira.
Can't...
Wife and Arden her. Muntaware. Bidnuff. Masface. West Friend Hanover. Balkik Motor. Mijn vriend Kofin. Mijn vriend Kevort. Love us. Love us. I don't have a son.
This is Guppy Grotto. For being cut off from the surface, this isn't too bad. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's a good find. That's not opening on its own. Let's pocket that. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Hard to believe this is all here. That seems to be enough guppos to provide... He's surprised them. It's just another proof of the evolutionary change called being undersurf has meant the Merc. This means the marks the corp. That was the last of them. You've sealed the fate of the tribe and the tree. It's time for the end game. You have your destiny. Follow it all the way back to Out of Date. He never told anyone about what's next, but he's sure it involves you. Just continue to stay true to yourself and respect others whatever happens. You've become their pride, the guiding light of the tribe. It's time to return to the tree one last time. Wiz knows it's the... Says talk... Out of Date says the signs of the end of the world are everywhere. It seems nature is preparing to take revenge. The day of reckoning is coming, and you are invited. He can feel you're approaching the end date. If you haven't decided whom of all like-minded, light-hearted beings you've met have earned a seat on the Ark yet, it's time to do that now. Then grasp your last chance to make sure Lupa Lupin stopped for good. The tree settled its score, but it left yours half done. He says you need to see Lupa Lupin eye to eye one last time. He's happy to help. Wouldn't be surprised if you met... Got a good grip on that beastie? Excellent. The Sifu is seeking revenge too. He hasn't forgotten what Lupa Lupin did, but he also wants to stop him from attacking his tribe. That the world seems to survive doesn't mean he must. He hopes you agree, even if it goes against your light-hearted nature. There's no room for predators in the world the Myriad tribe is building.
Kerääkö tenkin hirm?
But he knows this is your fight. You should handle it. Lupa Lupin's own fear was his shackles, not the roots of the tree. It just changed him. You have a chance to stand back and let the tribe handle it. The Sifu is ready to step into the fray. Are the odds about to change in your favor? If a friend dies, something inside you dies. You can save the Sifu by making yourself a target. You're up. Shockwaves spread when the world crumbles. This is not a prophecy, me telling you about the future. It's you shaping it. Here's a vulgar display of power. The more he does, the stronger he becomes. It's time you remember who the real enemy is and stop playing the game his way. This is how it ends. The Predator and the world itself suffering. But at least it's a sign they're both still alive.
So, what we have here is a clear matter of life and death, and
You continue to make bad decisions and mistakes. Oh, it never ends.
it's easy to make a good decision when there's only one option.
My mistake is letting you speak.
Convincing yourself.
The weak can't forgive. Forgiveness is a strength. It's not all life and death. It's no better time than now to accept a helping hand. Do you wonder what turn life might have taken if you'd done things different? A left when you went right? A yes when you said no? You've walked the thin line between survival and disaster and haven't lost your balance yet. It's because of you the Tree of Life and the world has been given a second chance. You carried the light in a world full of dark and made a difference in a place that needed change. You allied with the Myriad tribe and acted on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. However, light and dark does simply represent the polarities of life. One can't exist without the other. This isn't the end. Just being surrounded by nature as it heals itself will rejuvenate us. Nature will teach us how to survive. So, trust your conscience to show you the way, and everything else will follow. As foretold, you were destined to split the chains of this world. But you're not alone. You filled the Ark, and those that shared your perspective and gained your trust will accompany you on your journey. Is there a world out there that's better suited for those imbalanced in their light nature than this one? Whether or not, we'll leave your story on record, so those who come after will know you followed your light nature and saved the world. So, when all is said and done, it turned out to be an unusual ending after all. What could be better than ending the story the right way? Ending it your way, a beginning of something new.